The race aim. Running Man came out running nicely, and so did She Smokestacked. Far outside, Relentless Corona's finishing fastest of all, perhaps. 7 and 6 to the line together. Pay the 6. She Smokestacked. Here they come, and there they go. Pretty good start. The White Horse, my VW Hero, jumped the field. Relentless Robin firing. Stablemate Relentless Mini firing. 1, 3, and 7 to the line together. Robin, Mini, Robin, Pay Robin. And they're racing. Bugler was off in last, leapt to his back feet as the gates popped. Central Park takes advantage and gets the jump on the field. Central Park blazes to the lead to the inside of Excel. Here comes Minister of Soul to the inside of that Deuce. Likewise for Tony's Tappet, looking to win 2 in a row in Bugler. We have a line of 5. All 5 line up with 3.5 to go. Central Park leads a neck. Tony's Tappet is hot to the inside. Bugler is widest of all. Between them is Excel, and Minister of Soul is 3 lengths last. Central Park, Tony's Tappet, Bugler, Excel, and Minister of Soul 4 lengths out of it, and they have a quarter of a mile to go, and there goes Tony's Tappet. Tony's Tappet kicks clear by 2. Central Park is next, then it's Bugler, Excel, and Minister of Soul. Tony's Tappet extends that leading margin to 3. Make it 4, make it 5, and Tony's Tappet has run them off their feet. Number 1 is number 1 in race 4. Tony tapped on that W button again. And they're racing. Perfect start. Cal L comes out nicely, and so does Out of the Dark. After that, What's Your Objective? Taken down to the inside, about 4 out of it by Constantino Roman. Found Jordan looks to win 2 in a row from 6 out of it, and is about 5 lengths clear from the 2 near the rear, led by Gabriel's Legend and Mr. Insensitive. Very fair, moderate, if not a tepid early pace. Cal L does it reasonably, about to be joined by Out of the Dark, or is he? Cal L let that 3 get within a half. Now he runs away by a length and a half. Out of the Dark is next. What's Your Objective? Quite close today. 5 out of it to the inside of Found Jordan. After that, Gabriel's Legend and Mr. Insensitive. That's that final pack of 2. 3 packs of 2 into the far turn. Up top, 1-3. Cal L and Rodriguez trying to steal it. Out of the Dark is next. Then we come to What's Your Objective? Sequestered, beginning to edge in. Found Jordan all over that one. Then we come back to Gabriel's Legend. That one's to the inside of Mr. Insensitive, who goes on the move. Cal L still leads. It's Cal L leading it from Found Jordan, who's on the move to the outside of Out of the Dark. What's Your Objective? To win 2 in a row, trying to sneak through to the inside. Outside of that, Mr. Insensitive, Gabriel's Legend is blocked. Here comes Found Jordan at 3-1 with a rush. Found Jordan puts away Cal L and runs right back to the winner's circle. 2 in a row for Found Jordan. And there racing in the Caleb Keller Invitational. And Mr. Muldoon is looking to take up an invite in the winner's enclosure. Mr. Muldoon bet down to 7-5 last click. Gets down to the inside and steams clear by nearly 3. After that, we have Too Many Names. Now about 2 lengths from the lead, running away from Franz in the turf debut. After that is Husker Butch. Then it's the gray Bellamy's Roan, 8 lengths from it to the inside of Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Then we come back to Mystifier. The Minnesotan is 10 lengths from the lead, and in last is Face Value, about 12 out of it. Up the barn side, they steam on a steamy July 3rd in Shakopee. Mr. Muldoon and Carmona wire to wire on their minds. Too Many Names is creeping in second. After that is Husker Butch. Then we come back to Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Face Value's out of last on the move, closing in to the outside of Mystifier. Bellamy's Roan is now in last, and Mr. Muldoon is still in first. Too Many Names rallies up to the outside. Then it's Face Value, Husker Butch, and between them is Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Mr. Muldoon out pop the field and has no intention of looking back. It's Mr. Muldoon from Too Many Names, and Mr. Muldoon is gone. You can call him sir. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. JJ's Wildcat at 21-1's looking for blackjack. Meanwhile, Johnny B. Ghani revs up and takes the lead, and Johnny B. Ghani's trying to run away. Superstar Swank is next. Then it's General Battle Axe. JJ's Wildcat outbroke the field, but now is on the retreat. Victoria's Vanda and Hat Trick Jack have passed him. The 6 are covered by 5, and they have 3.5 to go, and Johnny is clear. It's Johnny B. Ghani. Johnny's trying to be Johnny B. Good, leading it by a half. General Battle Axe on the prowl. Superstar Swank all dressed up with nowhere to go. Hat Trick Jack looking to score on the circumnavigation trick. Then we come back to Victoria's Vanda, and JJ's Wildcat is now 7 lengths behind Johnny B. Ghani, and it's Johnny B. Ghani from Superstar Swank on the inside. General Battle Axe the outside. Victoria's Vanda the gray between them, and up goes Superstar Swank with plenty of equine athlete swag, and Superstar Swank runs away and wins. General Battle Axe second, Victoria's Vanda third. And they're racing. Tuco Bay, the 9-year-old Minnesotan, popped out of it nicely, and so did Just Plain Henri at 25-1. After that, we have Loring Park in Esperado, has been overtaken by Skippy Strike into the first turn. Then we come to Rejection Hurts, tucked in nicely, 7 lengths from the front, as Fuentes guides in Esperado to the outside. After that, Mr. Navigator mid-pack, 1 clear from Crafty King. Behind them, Sarge's Sermon. Between them, Artie's Angel to the outside, Crafty King to the inside, and Niles Channel can see them all. Up the barn side they go, and we have 3 in a line. It is Just Plain Henri to the inside of Loring Park. Behind them now is Skippy Strike. Then we come to Tuco Bay. The Minnesotan is about 4 lengths out of it to the inside of the 4 in Esperado. Pace slows down. After that, Rejection Hurts, 5 out of it, overtaken by Mr. Navigator. Artie's Angel is on the move to the outside. Rejection Hurts is heading the wrong way, overtaken by Crafty King, and Niles Channel is 18 lengths out of it. They come to the top of the stretch. Loring Park and Skippy Strike. That's it for Just Plain Henri. In Esperado needs to do more. Mr. Navigator's to the outside. Meanwhile, Skippy Strike at 25-1 with Loring Park. Here's Mr. Navigator with a rush to the outside. Mr. Navigator. Wrong lead, right place, winner's circle. they're racing. Lake B's hoping to flow into the winner's circle. Pop nicely from the wide side. Lake B now has been overtaken, and First Call comes flying through to contest the pace with 21 and change, and it's a breakneck speed battle into the far turn. Jack's Outlaw inside would have to win 3 in a row from 3 out of it to the inside of Stability. After that, Bayou Colonel, and the one in last is Crew Dragon, 8 lengths rearmost. Around about the quarter pole, not much gives but between the leaders. First Call and 21 and change. Outside of that is Lake B. Jack's Outlaw now is in the clear with ample opportunity. Bayou Colonel also in there, and they're coming home now. 21 and change. Jack's Outlaw to the outside, looking to wrangle in all the money. Bayou Colonel firing very aggressively. Jack's Outlaw stole it all. And they're racing in the Alexander Family Classic. And Lucky Supernova, the favorite at 6-5. That's the white horse, came out pretty nicely. And Long Shot Legacy in the making is putting the head in front. After that, Tarp Storm right behind them. Proof of Purchase to the outside of that 3 as they corner. Preparedness behind them, about 5 lengths from the lead. Then it's a big gap back to D Buckaroo. D Buckaroo about 15 lengths rearmost. Up the barn side they go in the Alexander Family Classic. And as they head into the far turn, Lucky Supernova looks to take back the lead from the Long Shot Legacy in the making. Preparedness is making a big move. Preparedness, that 7 on the move right up to the lead. And Kelsey Haar and Preparedness take the lead and run away by 2. Lucky Supernova being scrubbed on. After that, Legacy in the making. Proof of Purchase 8 lengths from the lead. Tarp Storm is doing the moonwalk, and they're coming home now with a quarter of a mile to go. Preparedness made that big move and now is fully committed. Lucky Supernova and Fuentes to the outside. Proof of Purchase and Eddie G on the inside. Proof of Purchase 13-1. Preparedness, Lucky Supernova, they're locked in battle with a football field to go. Proof of Purchase, Preparedness fights back. Spine tingler. Ooh!
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Shay Norman sings the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Happy 4th of July and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. We're under cloudy skies. The main track is sloppy and we are off the turf today. Off the turf today at Canterbury. If you open up your programs, we'll go over the changes on today's 8-race card. Race 1, takeout number 3, Zenyarty Bones. Race 1, scratch that 3. Race 2 is off the turf to be run at a mile distance on our main track. Scratch the 1, Table for 2, the 2, Hold Your Applause, the 5, House of Lords, and the 7, Ricky Bobby. Race 2, take out 1, 2, 5, and 7. Race 3, free and clear. No changes in today's third race. Race 4, 5 furlongs now off the turf, 5 furlongs on the main track for race number 4. Scratch 1, Smarty Be Good. 2, Backstage Pass. 6, Abingdon Road. And 9, Haha Gloria. Race 4, scratch 1, 2, 6, 9. Onward to the 5th, scratch number 2, Bigfoot City. Race 5, take out the deuce. Race 6, off the turf now, 5 furlongs on the main track. Race 6, 5 furlongs on that sloppy main track. Scratch the 1, Grace Alace, and the 7, Baby Doll Peach. Race 6, take out 1 and 7. Races 7 and 8 are quarter horse dashes. Quarter horses dash for the late double. Race 7, there are no changes. Race 7, free and clear. And the lucky last, race 8, a jockey change on the 7 to Ray Hernandez. Workout information for the 3. Sloppy enough. 8 races, 6 and 2. And off we go to the Canterbury Park TV studio in the palatial press box with Miss Angela Herman and Mr. Jeff Madej.
Thanks, Kevin, and welcome, race fans. 4th of July. Happy 4th of July to one and all. We've got an 8-race package. Track is sloppy. Those of you that might have come out for the Wiener Dog races and the other activities brought to you by Hormel Foods, they've been postponed because of the track conditions.
Yep.
Sunday's going to be a huge day.
It always is, but it's going to be even bigger this Sunday because all of those are going to be taking place on Family Day. That's right. Inflatable pigs, hot dogs, the wiener dogs, the whole works. Just a little delay. They are not canceled. They are just pushed to Sunday. If you had plans to come and join us for those, make sure you clear your Sunday and come out then.
And before that, we have Saturday racing. That's this coming Saturday. Taste of Canterbury, July 6th. Barbecue and Bourbon, a great event where you get together in the Triple Crown Club. You eat and you drink and you enjoy some horse racing. Information on that and buy your tickets in advance because it often sells out.
Yeah. And you win.
CanterburyPark.com.
Yes.
Wednesday racing. We have 3 Wednesdays. We just ran yesterday. We've got 2 more Wednesdays to go in July. And the next one is this coming Wednesday when we race at 5 o'clock. $40 express bet contest. Just use your app like you did probably last time you were here. Everyone should have the Express Bet app or the First Bet app on their phone. You can play this contest, win some extra money. Good way to use your skills. And if you need to hone your skills, you want to have past performances to do that. Every Thursday, including today, they are free at drf.com.
Yeah, and we're going to go over during the angle a little bit more in depth if you've never used PPs or if you've never used DRF ones, a little bit more about the features of them, how you use them, and how you cash with those. They're free. Why not take a look? Why not try it out and learn a little bit more?
Who's hot and who's not? Let's take a look at the Loeffler leaderboard.
Well, definitely the hottest jock at the track from start to finish of start to current this meet has been Luis Fuentes. Eddie Gallardo and he were pretty close early, but now Luis Fuentes has taken quite a sizable lead on him. And a rider who's not on that list, but who I think could make his way up into it very soon, Guillermo Rodriguez, I think is going to have a good day today. Got him on a couple of winners. And we have another face that joined us, not at the beginning of the season, but recently in Brian Pena. They've both been bringing in some prices, and I think they have more possibility for that today.
Absolutely. And then our leading trainer, Tony Ringsdorf, he holds his lead over Mac Robertson, but the Mac Robertson barn, Ange, heating up.
Heating up big time. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Muldoon yesterday, he looked really good in the paddock, and you've just seen some of these horses get into the exact right spots, and I think that lead is tenuous at the moment, but it's been a much closer trainers race this year than some of our years past, and it's fun to watch.
It is. We've got some very good trainers here and a competitive jockey colony as well. And we also have the world's lowest takeout on our Pick 5 wagers. So good, we added a second one this year. We have the first 5 on races 1 through 5, and then we have the final 5 on the last 5 races of the day.
Right, a couple of crucial crossover legs in the middle of that because the first 5, of course, always begins in the first. Today, our final 5 will begin in the fourth. So pay a little extra attention to races 4 and 5. They're involved in both of those sequences, and you should be too. 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum. What more could you ask for?
Absolutely. We are off the turf today. The main track currently listed as sloppy. There'll be upgrades as we go, likely. But up next, it's Kevin Gorg. It's Paul Allen. It's Today at the Races, brought to you by Touchdown Tile.
Well, rainy days and Mondays may have gotten Karen Carpenter down. May God rest her soul. But rainy days and holidays don't get us down. This is Today at the Races, provided by Touchdown Tile and touchdowntile.com. Off the turf, sloppy main track, some reimagining with the machinations for the 8 today. When things come off the turf, racetrack comes up wet on a day's notice. How do you handle it?
Yeah, you try to look for horses with some natural speed. That's kind of where I migrate. And you want to see horses that have maybe been there and done that in terms of racing on a wet track. And those turf races, you really got to get creative because these horses were pointed to one specific surface, and now they're getting another one. So it's a challenge. I'm going to be truthful. In my many decades of doing this, banging my head against the wall, trying to figure out how to handicap and win on a regular basis, it's not easy in this game. Rainy days have not been good to me, and so I tread lightly on these days, and I try to see how the track is playing early and use that we're here and we're watching this in front of our eyes to our advantage, and maybe late in the card we can pounce.
Now, for those of you here, not only for the racing and the pick fives, but the hot dog eating contest, the wiener dogs, we had an inflatable pig race that we were scheduled to do today. Those all have been moved to Pepsi Family Day on Sunday. Pepsi Family Day on Sunday. Thank you very much, Soli. But we still have some fun festivities for you today, beginning in race 1, our first pick 5. We have 2 pick 5s. They paid handsomely this year. And scratch number 3, Zingardi Bones. We're down to 6, and KG is on number 7, Kapow.
Yeah, this was a tough race to handicap. I used all of my top 3 picks in this race, 1, 2, and 7. And I think the 1 is the speed of the speed. I was really torn between the 2 and the 7. And, you know, if I knew the 2 was going to take to the sprinting game and show that same speed we saw last time routing, then I think this 2 would be a really tough horse to beat. Bred for a wet track, 1 start on it, showed speed that particular day. Kapow is the safe way out. I mean, Kapow is going to get the outside press and pounce trip from a couple lengths back, been knocking at the door, ran into Haunted Hayes, who would be 1-5 or if not 1-9 against this bunch, and ran a pretty good second that day. So I'll go 7, 2, and 1. I think it's one of those 3, though, to get the dub.
Yeah, I'm 5-7-1. I went with Straight from the Deuce, leading jockey rides. And, you know, like some in here, we have a class drop. And when you're dropping in the maiden claiming ranks, going from maiden claiming 20 down to 7,500, generally that certainly can provide a red flag. And this one is lost by a combined 60 some odd lengths the last 2 starts, right? So that's all negative. But then you go up and down the field, and you see a lot of horses losing by double digits. So now I look at leading man thinks well enough to come back and take the call again. And if you go a couple of races back, really last race, you can see a little early speed. You got a 23 opening quarter. Before that, you got a 22-3 opening quarter. Then we go a 46 and small change for the half in the Haunted Hayes race. Haunted Hayes came back to win. So yeah, I'm throwing the darts a little bit here. And with a wet track, not only here at Canterbury but really anywhere, you know, we're certainly not encouraging you to sit out a race, specifically if you don't come here that much during the spring, summer. But this track will reveal itself as to like how it's going to play in these races until it dries out. So I'm going to try Straight from the Deuce, 5, 7, and 1. Now, race number 2, this one's off the turf. The distance of 1 mile is okay. Pick 4 wagering for a mere 50 cents. Begins about 1:40 in the afternoon. Scratch numbers 1, 2, 5, and 7. 1, 2, 5, and 7. So now, where Kevin and I started, at least we talked about it earlier today, and neither one of us took this horse on top, but Crocodile Hunter. I mean, if you can get him this distance, my man's going to be leading by a good 2, 3, 4, 5 lengths probably in this race, and you know what they say about lone speed.
Yeah, he is lone speed. He will be loose, and he does have some city zip in his bloodlines on the side of his sire, so he should love this going. The question mark is going to be, does he want to go the mile? Because if he does, we're all in trouble, and I'm trying to beat him, but I definitely respect the Crocodile Hunter in this race. For me, I'm looking for horses with proven form around 2 turns on the main track. Arrest is that horse, North Arm Bay is that horse, and Do Not Sleep on Slim, Slow, Slider. Those are my 3. They all have proven route, dirt, form, and I'm going to trust that, and I'm going to put Arrest on top. I'm going to use the 3, the 4, and the 10 in my pick 5, and if Crocodile Hunter beats me, I'll tip my hat to Pete Matson, which I've done many times, and I'll move about my day.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna take the. I'm gonna take. It's not low-hanging fruit, but I'm gonna take that wild card from the deck, number 10, Slim Slow Slider. And I say that because trainer Ron Westerman, he has 3 wins this year. The program and racing form shows 2, but he won 1 on Sunday, and at least my part was printed before then. So Ron knows his way around a barn, and Ron had 2 wins on opening day, and he had 1 just last weekend. But like Kevin said, a lot of this just adds up. Tony's Tappet came out of his last race and won. Now, granted, we don't have a win at the distance, but we have a win on a wet track. And Slim Slow Slider, let's see, win a mile at Fauner in the mud, and you may be like, okay, well, we're happy for Grand Island. 25 grand in Grand Island, Nebraska spends the exact same way it does in Shakopee, Minnesota. So I look at it like that, and the horse won. So this one made 135 grand last year and 21 grand this year so far from 6 starts. So I don't know. Slim Slow Slider sitting right off the pace. If Q and Crocodile Hunter, if they decide that they're just going to freak out like a duck out of water in this wet stuff, then they're going to be really tough to beat. But I took it 10-8-3, 10-8-3. North Arm Bay tries to win 2 in a row. There was something sneaky about North Arm Bay, too. I think it was the horse who won yesterday, Mr. Navigator.
Yeah.
Mr. Navigator. Now, granted, that was more turf handicapping, but Mr. Navigator at 7-1 popped yesterday, won like a good thing, and North Arm Bay comes out of that race. That's called a live race, and generally they will yield not horse after horse after horse, but it shows that race was full of some decent horses. So keep that in mind with North Arm Bay. It is 10-8-3 for me. Race number 3, a mile on the main track, no scratches and no rider changes. Tiger Hunter is the morning line favorite. Panzer Pride behind that one. KG's going to do some long shot hunting here as a Grunder maybe strictly the one to catch.
I hope so. Grunder showed signs of life last time against better competition on the turf. That opening quarter mile was 22-4 on a yielding turf, and he was right out there chasing that speed. He's third off a layoff. And for me, it's the slop angle. His daddy, Exaggerator, ran a huge race when he was 3 in the Preakness on a wet track. So I'm going to go back to that and say maybe this horse will love the way the track is playing. I know he's got the natural speed. And, oh, by the way, Tiger Hunter is going to be favored. And in his win last year at Canterbury on July the 26th, who did he nose out at the wire? Tiger Hunter.
Wow.
He's 10-1. Tiger Hunter's 9-5. I'm sold. Grunder for me. Every poll a winning one. Let's go get the money at 10-1. 5, 7, and 3.
Yeah, it's I respect that and can see it for sure. I really struggled with this one before the rain and or after the rain. Big Pete is somebody I looked at for quite some time. You got the leading trainer, Tony Rengstorff, but the Jose Silva gang's creeping up on him. But Kelsey won 2 again yesterday. Jockey Kelsey Haar, she went first and last. She bookended the field a few days after winning a couple of races at 50 and 35-1. So Kelsey's riding quite well right now. Funny what happens when you get good stock. You win races. But Big Pete. Big Pete 1 for 10 at the distance. Then I looked at Calzone for a second, and Calzone 0 for 4 at Canterbury, but a couple of wins at the distance. I went up and down this thing. I picked Tiger Hunter last week. The horse scratched, and I think that's the one to beat. But I'm going to go with Panzer Pride. And Panzer Pride for trainer Wade Rarick, 1 for 8 is what you see here with the listed numbers. But 8 for 8 in the top 3. So they're all firing. They're all firing, but they're not all winning. Now, Panzer Pride got himself a little layoff, and I think that's going to be key. Working out up to the race. I think that speed on a track like this, undefeated on a wet track, Fuentes takes the call. It's adding up for me with Panzer Pride, hopefully at about 2.5-1. What do you make of this? Race 3, Tony Rengstorff, leading trainer, 3 in the race. Big Pete, Grunder, and Infinite Moro. Generally, when they do that, they're trying to get it to go for one of them. Which one do you think it would be if that were the case?
Well,
maybe Infinite Moro?
It's a heck of a call because, the jockey combinations, Lifetime, Carmona's ridden 7 times. In the last calendar year, Quinones has ridden 12. And then you look at his other horse, Kelsey's ridden 10. So there's not really a tell there.
Maybe not.
I'm gonna buy the steam on Grunder. The fact that Quinones shows up there, he's one of our top jockeys. He rode the horse last time. I don't know. That's again, I'm on Grunder, so I'm probably a little bit biased.
No, that's a great point, but he has basically half the field, so keep that in mind. Race number 4, off the turf. Distance is okay. Main track sloppy. Scratch numbers 1, 2, 6, and 9. 1, 2, 6, and 9 beginning the second and final pick 5 we have today. After today, racing resumes Saturday at 5 o'clock. We have a taste of Canterbury that night. Learn more at CanterburyPark.com. I think it's barbecue and bourbon. So barbecue and bourbon, good. That'll be Saturday night at 5 o'clock. Then once again, we've had a lot of people join us in the last 5 minutes. The ancillary activities today, due to the wet track, have been postponed. So dog racing, hot dog eating contest, the pig race and everything. That goes to Sunday, Pepsi Family Day at 1 o'clock. Keep that in mind. Race number 4 with all those scratches, how did it alter what you are doing?
I think it's a 2-horse race. I think it's the horse with speed and experience. Bye, John. We're going to talk about your favorite jockey. Stay here. Red Volta's got Kelsey, got Lone Speed, got a horse that's bred for the slop. That's the horse to catch. And then the wild card is the Mac Robertson horse, Valhalla Vixen. She's well-bred. Her daddy was a sprint champion, Matole. I was curious about her on the turf. I have no doubt she can run on the dirt. The workouts tell the story, and as Jeff and Angela talked about, Mac Robertson's barn is not only sitting on some wins, they are heating up, and they're heating up now. So I'm going to go 8, 5, and 10. I'm only going to use the 5 and the 8. Those are the 2 for me.
5, 8, 3 for me, and the 2 he mentioned. Those are the 2 for me if I play that early pick 5. I don't know why I wouldn't bet to win on Red Volta if I get 5 to 1 or higher. I mean, Red Volta, this 3-year-old filly, she debuted at Canterbury after a couple of months off and battled every step of the way with a Butso horse named Rush Into the Wire, who was a long shot, who won that race. But the final time came up a little slow. But up and down this maiden race, who knows who's going to do what and when, specifically with a first-time starter. So Red Volta was in hot competition with a 21-3 opening quarter. They slowed down to the half, just kept battling and battling and battling and battling and barely missed. I thought it was an outstanding effort. What was eye-opening to me is Red Volta completely jumped out of her skin against this competition here in Shakopee compared to Hot Springs. So if she just takes a little baby step, I think she's going to win. But then the first-time starter with Valhalla Vixen, I mean, that's a wild card right there. They paid $52,000 for it. The Robertson barn, indeed, is heating up to be expected. He's HOF, the most successful trainer in the history of Canterbury Park. And Sarah Wynn Carmona, he won 3 races, 2 yesterday. He won 2 yesterday and the last on Sunday. So so my man's riding quite well right now. But with Valhalla Vixen, that May 25th work, Mac let her cut loose at a 46 and small change.
Hello.
I mean, she might be really fast. Then you put a 47-1 gate work in. Yeah, this.
I think she's got talent. I really do.
This makes sense. So 5 and 8 for me in the pick 5, but 5, 8, 3 overall for the top 3 picks. Good points made by Senor Spotty. Race number 5 begins the second and final pick 4 on a sloppy 4th of July in Shakopee. Scratch number 2, Bigfoot City. $7,500 claimers, but I think this bad boy's a little more wide open than maybe some people might think. What do you think?
Well, the scratch of Bigfoot City opens up the front end for Il Capitano, and I was real close to taking that 5. But Total Surprise is the power play, is in good form, and beat West Island last time, who was 1-5. And West Island got the race all to himself up front. He's 1-5, he's cruising, and this horse just kept coming and grinding and got there. And yes, got claimed, but got claimed by a very good trainer in Matt Williams. He's 31% with new stock off the claim. Wet bloodlines are there, decent wet numbers. I like the horse a lot. I think 5 is the horse to beat. I go 4, 5, and 7.
6, 4, 5 for me, and Il Capitano is absolutely one of a few in this race to beat. Total Surprise, the way Total Surprise has improved since a little jaunt down Texas way in late April. We had a 4th at Canterbury on the turf. Final time wasn't that bad. And then we get claim from Rengstorff. We go to Williams. And Matt, with first-time claimers, is clicking 31% of the time. And the return on investment is close to $6. Now, granted, only 13 of them, but that's quite boffo. So I expect that one to fire. But I'm on Cowboy Cabin. This, with all due respect, I think I can say this because I've I've known the guy quite well for some time. This is Wade Rarick get off the schneid day. This is when a trainer who I've known in the past to win 15 to 23% of his races, I think he gets 2 today. And interestingly, they both have speed. And they both have speed sprinting and with 2 turns. Cowboy Cabin here in this one going a mile. We have a victory at a mile. I'm not mad at the breeding for an off track. I don't know much about it, but it doesn't like set me back here or anything. And again, like the one I picked earlier, this one has had a little freshening, which I think is super, super key for these 2 horses specifically, these claimers. And Cowboy Cabin draws the leading man in Luis Fuentes. So I take Cowboy Cabin, hoping to get about 4, 5, 6 to 1 on that one. Goes 6, 4, 5 in race number 5. Race number 6 has come off the turf, ladies and gentlemen. We are off the turf today. Main track sloppy, and we are relegated to a quintet. Scratch the bookenders 1 and 7. Bookenders are out 1 and 7. I mean, we both took Cool Karma here. I don't love Cool Karma. What about you?
Hard to love this horse. Was behind Charlie Paints last time. That's an indictment. No offense, Dan Chersvik, but my goodness, that poor Charlie Paints has burnt up some serious cash this year. Cool Karma looks like a horse sitting on a win. The trainer certainly sitting on some wins. I see Spikestown, PA, in the Sire's Bloodlines.
Yeah.
When I look at the clouds right now, I look at the way the track is already with the rain we got this morning. Hello. I think Cool Karma's going to adore the surface here. I think this horse runs up the score. I go 4, 5, and 6.
And it's 4, 3, 6 for me. Now, as apologists would go for certain teams, outfits, scenarios in life or whatever, Molly's Mia. Molly's Mia here because the race changed a little bit with these scratches. And I picked this one second, and workout pattern's good. The time of the works, I got no idea. We get a decent 3/8 work on June 2nd. But I like this off-track breeding for Molly's Mia. And like Cloudless Blue, I think is the morning line favorite. I mean, with all due respect, this one hasn't been closer than 5 lengths and change in her career. She can win today for sure, but she's shown vulnerability before. I guess the point I'm trying to make here, Senor Spotty, is if a first-time starter has some ability,
right.
This is a race. This is a 35K race to win, you know.
And this horse is a pick 5 separator. So if you do a late pick 5 and you get Molly's Mia home against like a 3 to 5 Cool Karma, now you're sitting on some serious cash. I like it.
Let's go to race number 7. Race number 7. The penultimate on 4th of July. No scratches, no rider changes. The cues blasted about 4:45. I'm on number 6, RR Runnin' Jesse. I got HOF with LAV on the outside. And KG has HOF with his first call rider on the inside.
Yeah, we'll see how the inside part of the track is playing. It's a little pesky down in there, so we'll have to trust that Olmstead and his go-to guy, Alvarez, can figure this one out. One career start. Again, with quarter horses, the sloppy track, it's a real tough read for me. Not as easy as the thoroughbreds to figure out. I'm going to trust the trainer here. He's our top guy. That's his top rider, 1, 4, and 6.
Well, I'm going to take the outside horse, and here's why. Is this 2-year-old debuted in April would you say Remington's the best quarter horse track slash, I mean, like you got Ruidoso,
Those are the top 2, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Remington,
Paul.
What's going on here?
We are going to be experiencing a lightning delay for the running of race 1.
Ooh.
Please, no, we will have a lightning delay. Lightning is coming into the area. We will be having a delay before the running of race number 1.
Thank you, Angela. Well, until it hits us, we'll be the Thunder. Okay? God can have the lightning, we'll be the
My
Thunder.
nickname in college was Thunder Gulch. That'll be good.
Really?
I'm kidding.
Mine was Paul Alien because of my eyebrow, and it changed the course of my life. So let's not go to high school nicknames. But hear me on this. All right, so RR Runnin' Jesse, because I'm betting this horse if I get the right odds. It's HOF debuted the filly in a futurity trial.
Yep.
Okay, so
took money.
We didn't and took money.
Yeah.
That's the other part of it.
Yep.
So now I went back and watched it. Probably shouldn't have because we didn't have any trouble. But just the fact that we debuted in a prep for a stake and in a 7-horse field, we took a little money. And LAV has won before for Jason in the past. I'm gonna try this one. And we'll see what happens. So I take race 7, 6, 3, 1, and race number 8, 2, 4, 7, 2, 4, 7 for me. What about you, Spotty?
I'm going to go right back to the same connections. This horse stands out to me. Relentless Rock at the 4. 2 very good starts at Remington. 2 close calls against Better. This is a very soft landing spot here in Shakopee. 4, 5, and 2 for me.
All right, brief delay, or hopefully it's brief, into race number 1 due to some lightning in the area per Ms. Angela Herman. We thank her for sharing that. And we thank you wholeheartedly for coming out to Canterbury today on the 4th of July. Those of you watching and wagering around the country, thank you too. For Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Happy 4th of July. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your 4th of July patience. The horses are about to be saddled for race number 1. We anticipate race number 1 commencing the 8-race program somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 minutes from now. Once again, thank you very much for your patience.
All right, fans, horses have been saddled. We anticipate within the next 5 or 6 minutes we'll be ready to race, so it's going to be a shorter time to get these pick fives in. So let's talk about the pick five and let's get those tickets in. It's a great gambling day. On a day like this, where else would you rather be? Find those mutters and let's make some money. Race 1, I'm going to use 1, 2, and 7. Troy Bethke's pair on the inside look tough. I think Kapow, though, could come get the money from the outside. Second leg, I'm going to use 3, 4, and 10. Arrest is my top play, the 3 at 5 to 1. Want to do a little spreading there in a race that was originally scheduled for the turf. Third race, I'm going to use 2, 3, 5, and 7. I'm on the 5 Grunder. I think Grunder today at 10 to 1 is very sneaky if he can find his way towards the front. Race 4, just 5 and 8. Red Volta with Kelsey loose on the lead. The Mac Robertson first-timer looks really good for extreme racing. Those are the 2 I will use. Hopefully we'll survive to leg 5. And in leg 5, we're going to use the 4 and the 5, Total Surprise, and the speedy Il Capitano, who should be loose. $72 investment, 1, 2, 7, with 3, 4, 10, with 2, 3, 5, 7, with 5, 8, with 4 and 5. On a rainy Thursday, happy 4th of July, let's create some fireworks of our own with that first 5 and the lowest takeout in the game at 10%. They'll be at the gate in around 5 minutes. Get your bets in now and enjoy racing here at Canterbury Park.
A bugler for all weather conditions and/or seasons. Lynn Dykert, ladies and gentlemen, brings them on to the sloppy main track for the first on the 4th of July. Scratch number 3, Zenyardi Bones. Now they're going right to the starting gate. So if you have not wagered on race number 1, do so quickly. The 6-pack heading right to the gate. Today's racing presented by Michelob Golden Light and Comcast Xfinity. We also thank Apple Autos, Continental Diamond, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, Quick Trip, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, and Pepsi. Welcome to our featured groups, the Sings and Cowers. Also, the Chard family 4th of July celebration, and the Rosen family. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the first, 4th of July, on a very rainy Thursday in Shakopee, Minnesota. Kapow, 2-1. The Bookender, 2.5-1. Straight from the Deuce, 3.5-1. As they move in line. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 6, Last Stand. Number 6, Last Stand, is a late scratch. Refunds for win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and double wagers available. And with the pick 3 and or pick 5, unless you alter tickets, you will receive the starting favorite if you had number 6 in the mix. Number 6, Last Stand, a late scratch. Back straight from the deuce and Spotty's favorite, Kapow. Happy 4th of July. We'll see what happens. And they're splashing in the first at CBY. Carpe Gold wins the start, immediately seizes command. Riding Solo showing speed, likewise for Straight from the Deuce. And that trio has galloped 10 lengths clear from Kapow, who's a half clear from LL's Classy Dude. And they zing into the far turn, 1, 2, and 5. It is Carpe Gold closest to the rail, between them Riding Solo. And outside of that, Straight from the Deuce, about 1 out of it on the move, a tad. Still double digits back to LL's Classy Dude. And Kapow is about 13 lengths rearmost. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Carpe Gold won the start, trying to go gate to wire, leading it a neck. After that, Riding Solo, Straight from the Deuce. LL's Classy Dude is finishing sweetly at 10-1 on the inside. LL's Classy Dude has caught an aqueduct on the inside as a long shot and goes swooshing by several of them, and Riding Solo is the one he just picked off most recently. And LL's Classic Dude is going to prevail at 10-1 in race 1 at Canterbury. Number 4, LL's Classy Dude first as the longest shot in the field. 4-2-7-5. Stand by. First official. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the payoffs, free chips at Bo Diddley's. Buy a sandwich at Bo Diddley's on level 1 and you get free chips. Race number 1, if the exacta, trifecta, or superfecta pays more than $43, free chips at Bo Diddley's with the sandwich purchase. And those sandwiches are good. So stop by Bo Diddley's, level 1, pick up a sandwich, get those free chips. Into the winner's circle, LL's Classy Dude and Miguel Arroyo. LL's Classy Dude is owned by Dennis Eckerman and the winning trainer, Frank McKinley. This is a 5-year-old by Classy Gent out of Andrea's Josie. Bred in Minnesota by Anne Geraldine McKinley. Behold the soaked upsetter. Race number 2 is not on the turf. We are off the turf today. Pick 4 wagering. If you got bounced from the pick 5, try the pick 4. Off the turf, distance fine. Scratch numbers 1, 2, 5, and 7. 1, 2, 5, and 7 are out of race number 2, which is provided by Appalados and Xfinity Comcast. And they're splashing in the first at CBY. Carpe Gold wins the start, immediately seizes command. Riding Solo showing speed, likewise for Straight from the Deuce. And that trio has galloped 10 lengths clear from Kapow, who's a half clear from LL's Classy Dude. And they zing into the far turn, 1, 2, and 5. It is Carpe Gold closest to the rail, between them Riding Solo, and outside of that Straight from the Deuce, about 1 out of it on the move, a tad. Still double digits back to LL's Classy Dude, and Kapow is about 13 lengths rearmost. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Carpe Gold won the start, trying to go gate to wire, leading it a neck. After that, Riding Solo, Straight from the Deuce. LL's Classy Dude is finishing sweetly at 10-1 on the inside. LL's Classy Dude has caught an aqueduct on the inside as a long shot and goes swooshing by several of them, and Riding Solo is the one he just picked off most recently. And LL's Classic Dude is going to prevail at 10-1 in race 1 at Canterbury. Number 4, LL's Classy Dude first.
We've talked a lot about the pick 5 payoffs and the upsets we've seen at Canterbury, and time again, the lid lifter has provided some parimutuel puzzlers. The McKinley gang, longest shot on the board, great ride by Miguel Arroyo, sneaks up the rail, gets all the money in race 1. So the pick 5 starts with a big upset. Now we go to race 2 off the turf, 1 mile on that sloppy main track, and a field of 6, but I think a very competitive betting race. And you can see at the board right now, the early money comes in. I don't think the fans are going to make any big favorites out of these 6 horses. Let's start with number 3. My top pick in the race, this is Arrest. Arrest has never raced on a wet track, but does have good dirt form. Goes from turf to dirt. Chased a horse named Golden Bandit last time on the turf. That's a real nice turf runner. And this horse is trained by Jose Silva. Pena is one of his go-to riders. And you get a workout since that June 13th turf event. You get a horse that, when we last saw this horse on the dirt, it was at Santa Anita and at this 1 mile distance, and the horse was doing good things. So you can compete at Santa Anita, you can compete here if he can handle the wet track. And that's really the question mark for me. But a lot of times horses that are versatile enough to run the turf and the dirt enjoy the slop, and that's what the risk I'm going to run on Arrest, and I'll put him on top. North Arm Bay intrigues me. Troy Bethke's done a real nice training job with this Karen Offerman charge. G-Rod gets the call in the saddle. Big win last time at near 8-1. It was a gutsy win, too, and Paul Allen made the point a couple hours ago talking about Mr. Navigator, who we saw yesterday come back and win at 7-1. Mr. Navigator ran a huge race, beat a good field. That flattered North Arm Bay. He's always had versatility in his running lines. Dirt numbers are pretty good. Breeding for the slop is decent. 1 start on a wet track. Doesn't really tell us much. Ran a kind of an even 4th down at Fonder, but that looked like a prep race. So, yes, North Arm Bay is an absolute contender here for Miss Karen Offerman. 6 is Bayou Benny for Gary Shear. Serafin Carmona gets the call. He's been one of the stories of the season. The Buck Boy's been really good. 2 starts on a wet track for Benny. A 1st and a 3rd. Good dirt numbers. 3rd off the layoff. Stretches out. So there's some handicapping angles to chew on there for sure. Now, the rubber meets the road in this race when you get to the 8 spot. That's the speed of the speed. That's Crocodile Hunter. Crocodile Hunter, 3rd off the bench. Clearly, if you look at the past performances, you can see he's likely going to be out there gunning it. I love the workout that Tim Padilla put in Crocodile Hunter since that June 8th start. He's got 1 start on a wet track. Again, didn't learn a lot that day. A 57. Ran behind Yo Dog, but did all the dirty work on the front end. Expect the 8 to be on the front, dictating terms, and Quinones is so crafty when he's given the lead. I respect Crocodile Hunter a bunch here, and you're getting a fair number right now up on the board. 9 is Divine Leader, Constantino Roman. This is the other Padilla horse. Now, when you see Padilla with a couple of horses, it's easy to pick the Quinones horse and say that's the one that's live, but not so fast, my friends. This horse, Divine Leader, twice has raced on a wet track. A win and a 2nd. Dirt numbers are great. So this race was scheduled for the turf, and he was much more of a question mark on the turf. I think going to the wet track probably helps him. If Crocodile Hunter leads, he won't be far behind and maybe get first run down the stretch. The sleeper in the race is no longer asleep. The fans are betting this horse. 12-1 morning line. Paul Allen, who's been red hot in the last couple of weeks handicapping, touts Slim Slow Slider. Eduardo Gallardo gets the call for Westerman. Westerman barn going well. Horse has great numbers on a wet track. A win and a 2nd. His Tomlinson's up over 400 for a wet track, and he's in good form. Tony's Tappet came back yesterday, and I'm going to tell you, he toyed with that field. So that's very flattering for Slim Slow Slider. I think the extra ground suits. I think the horse is going to get a good stalking trip, maybe 3 or 4 lengths behind the Crocodile Hunter. And PA's tout looks live. I've got the 10 horse in 2nd. I understand the money pouring in like the rain here in Shakopee. 6 of them, 1 mile on the main track. I go 3, 10, and 4. If you're like me and you got knocked out by that long shot in the 1st in the pick 5, I've got some good news. We start a pick 4 right here. Boy, these pick 4s have been awesome. Hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars to play for in that pick 4 with races 2, 3, 4, and 5. The pick 4 and race number 2 are going to come up and come at you in just 6 minutes. Get your bets in now.
John Gruen to the winner's circle to provide our bugler, Lynn Dykert, with hazard pay, given this rain. Thank you, Lynn. Off the turf, distance fine, main track sloppy. Scratch 1, 2, 5, and 7. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, due to the bad weather, right to the starting gate after the post parade. So race number 2 is definitely within 5 minutes. Look at my man on the big screen down there doing the gritty. Starting gate. It's post time. Race 2 of 8. The first went to the longest price in race 1. Back. One out. Our starter is a rain-soaked Oscar Quitos. And they're racing, pop beautifully. Bayou Benny splashed out of the gate quickly, and so did Arrest to the inside. Crocodile Hunter on the stretch out, wants the lead and gets it with 6.5 furlongs to go. After that, we have Divine Leader, Slim Slow Slider, a bit wide around the turn, but also just 4 lengths from the lead to the outside of North Arm Bay. And Benny outbroke the field, but now is last, but only 6 lengths from it. Up the barn side, Crocodile Hunter trying to steal it, racing a few paths off the inside. Then it's Divine Leader. After that, North Arm Bay covering up Arrest. Slim Slow Slider, 5th and 5 out of it. And right next to Bayou Benny. And the entire field is covered by 5 lengths as they head into the far turn. And Divine Leader is taking a crack at Crocodile Hunter. Slim Slow Slider rolls up to the outside of North Arm Bay. Arrest is sequestered. And Bayou Benny is only 3.5 lengths from the front as they pack up, approaching the top of the stretch. And Divine Leader at 6-1 pokes the nose in front. Crocodile Hunter still there to the inside. Slim Slow Slider on the 3 wide side. North Arm Bay ships all in, and they're coming home now. Here comes Bayou Benny with a rush. Slim Slow Slider, Bayou Benny. They join Divine Leader and Crocodile Hunter into the final football field. Slim Slow Slider, Bayou Benny, Bayou Benny, Bayou ahead. Photo finish and claim. Photo finish and claim. Stand by. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 6, Bayou Benny. 6:10.98. The runner-up, Slim Slow Slider, claimed for $20,000 by trainer Troy Bethke for owner Karen Offerman. Runner-up, tagged Bethke Offerman. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Bayou Benny and Seraphin Carmona. The winning owners, Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, and the winning trainer, Who dat? Gary Shear. Bayou Benny is a 6-year-old brown gelding by Benny the Bull out of Two by Me. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. Back-to-back races, back-to-back upsets, and the double paid $130, $140. To the third race, no scratches, no rider changes, thanks to John Deere and Anheuser-Busch. Take note, just 18 minutes to race number 3. Horses are coming onto the track late for the post parade and heading right to the gate. So make your wagers in advance for race 3 and all Canterbury racing today. And they're racing, pop beautifully. Bayou Benny splashed out of the gate quickly, and so did Arrest to the inside. Crocodile Hunter on the stretch out, wants the lead and gets it with 6.5 furlongs to go. After that, we have Divine Leader, Slim Slow Slider, a bit wide around the turn, but also just 4 lengths from the lead to the outside of North Arm Bay. And Benny outbroke the field, but now was last, but only 6 lengths from it. Up the barn side, Crocodile Hunter trying to steal it, racing a few paths off the inside. Then it's Divine Leader. After that, North Arm Bay covering up Arrest. Slim Slow Slider, 5th and 5 out of it. And right next to Bayou Benny. And the entire field is covered by 5 lengths as they head into the far turn. And Divine Leader is taking a crack at Crocodile Hunter. Slim Slow Slider rolls up to the outside of North Arm Bay. Arrest is sequestered. And Bayou Benny is only 3.5 lengths from the front as they pack up, approaching the top of the stretch. And Divine Leader at 6-1 pokes the nose in front. Crocodile Hunter still there to the inside. Slim Slow Slider on the 3 wide side. North Arm Bay ships all in, and they're coming home now. Here comes Bayou Benny with a rush. Slim Slow Slider, Bayou Benny. They join Divine Leader and Crocodile Hunter into the final football field. Slim Slow Slider, Bayou Benny, Bayou Benny, Bayou ahead.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you from the beautiful TV studio here in the press box. And Angela, 2 races, 2 upsets. We're already down under 250 tickets still alive in the Pick 5. So now we're happy for you if you're alive, and if you cash, that's awesome. We want to see big payoffs. Yeah. But all of us, we want to see a carryover, and there's a chance, there's a possibility. And this is a race, too, where top to bottom, I don't see any complete standouts. There could be some chaos here as well.
And there's been no definitive style yet on the card either. I mean, congrats if you hit the try in the last, but now onto the third. We have differing opinions in this, and this was one of those races where I think you could make a case for just about anybody when it was dry, and now add in the mud, and it's a whole different story as far as, you know, you want somebody like a Panzer Pride that might be closer to the pace. I went with the outside horse, but there's a couple of Rangsdorf trainees in here. Actually, there's a few, and you're on one of them, but Big Pete is the rail horse, and Big Pete at times shows the speed that would probably be able to lead this group along the way, but he may take some heat to his outside. If you're betting Big Pete, what sort of trip are you hoping for? Make me a case.
Well, the case is all about the jockey. She has been red hot. She bookended yesterday's Big Ten race card with an upset win in the first and a nice win in the last where she outdueled our 2 top jockeys. She was in the horse sandwich between Gallardo and Fuentes, and she survived it with a brilliant ride on that preparedness. So the jockey, Kelsey Haar, is the case to be made. On Big Pete's best day, he's capable. He's 2 for 34. So you're going to need to get a price, and right now you're getting a decent number, but I would need close to double digits to get involved. I do like the natural speed that the horse showed on the turf 3 starts back, but I just, it's hard for me to take a swing there. Calzone, to me, another 2 for 30-something horse. I guess if push is coming to shove, would have a better chance to at least be a part of the trifecta here. He'll close up. I think there's enough speed in the race. I think the pace is going to be honest, Ange.
And at least one of those 2 wins was in recent history. It was just back in April, so Calzone did get up by a nose that day. He was kind of in the mix most of the way. I don't know exactly what his ideal style is. Maybe making that middle move will help him. But Calzone's lack of speed was what drew me a different direction. I did take him in second. Honestly, I do prefer him on a fast track as opposed to this mud, but we have seen horses come from off the pace. We saw both of them come from off the pace early, but things got hot and heavy up front. I don't think that this pace is going to be hot and heavy. Calzone can sometimes be a victim of that sort of pace. So I have mixed feelings about him, and he's right around his morning line. He's 5-1 at the moment. The money is going towards the 3, Panzer Pride. He's at 5-2. I would expect that to drop, as you can see with some of the will pays. He and Tiger Hunter should both be the outstanding favorites in here. This one, off since April, showed good speed down at Turf Paradise, and he's shown it up at Prairie Meadows, where he spent last summer. Going to take his initial try over here, but he is 1 for 1 over a wet track as well.
Yeah, go back to that win at Prairie Meadows last August. It was in the slop, maiden breaking win, got comfortable fractions up front, took him wire to wire. The case to be made for Panzer Pride, though, to me comes from his most recent start in April. He did all the dirty work. He dueled, put some horses away. It was an honest pace, and then Tiger Hunter came to get him. He was 3-5 in that race. So if you're going to get a similar price to the outside horse, who I think is the horse to beat, you were 3-5 against that horse, and you've got a wet track win. There's a case to be made. I still prefer the 7 over the 3, but I get it. He's live. 4 horse is going to be a horse for me that is a pace presence, has enough early foot. I just don't know if the form's good enough to get this horse to the winner's circle, albeit this horse has been facing better competition, specifically last time out.
And the last time that he won in November, Alonso Quinones gave him a pretty perfect ride up front, just letting out notches and keeping him in front all the way, and then he drew off a bit at the end. Like you mentioned, Panzer Pride probably wanting to take the same tactics, and Big Pete with his speed on the rail, I think we'll make sure that this is honest again. I don't think that they'll rattle along, and that will be to the advantage of Summer All Year. He's currently 8-1, but not much wet track experience to speak of. It's his 3rd off a layoff. There's some things to like about him, but his recent performances haven't stacked up to the end of 2023 performances. So Summer All Year, kind of a mixed bag, but value on the board for a horse that has some of the components that he does. Now, your selection, Grunder. Tell me more.
Well, I originally settled it on Tiger Hunter. If you go to the website under Pro Picks, you'll see that 7 there. But the wet track moved me to the 5, and I was looking for a price. This is a card where I didn't see a lot of big numbers that I was going to put on top, so this was one where I wanted to take a swing. 3rd off the layoff, turf to dirt, class drop, that's all good. But then go back to his most recent win. It was last July here at Canterbury, and he beat Tiger Hunter. I believe Tiger Hunter is the horse to beat here. And then the final step for me was the wet track. Exaggerator, the sire, was a horse that loved the wet going, including a big run in the Preakness. And then the final, I guess, if you're looking at the analytics of it, Tony Rengsdorf's trainer, 26% going turf to dirt. So Grunder's going to be a speed play for me. I need him to get loose. I don't know that he will. I think the 4 is going to keep him honest. So is the 1 and 3. But if he can get loose, I think he's got a chance at a price. What do we do with the 2 for $33 Infinite Moral?
Well, he's the third of the Ringstorff trainees. And obviously, you have to give a second look to a trainer that's putting a few into the same race. Infinite Moro did race against Big Pete a few back. He was 40-1, and Big Pete was a lower price that day. But Infinite Moro typically comes from way, way out of it. I mean, since he's been racing in 2024, he hasn't had a sniff early. So Serafin Carmona might have to use a little bit more than he'd like to keep him in contact with the field. But that worked for a third-place finish 2 back. West Island did come back to win, but he was so far behind those two. I think it looks a little bit better on paper than it might be, but it was in this league. He comes off the turf. He hasn't really picked up his feet at all on the turf thus far. So a better fit for him, just maybe not the ideal place that you would want to be in the midst of a race. But Infinite Moro typically outruns his odds. Right now, he is 7-1.
Tiger Hunter's the horse to beat. He stands out like a sore thumb. His last 4 starts, second, first, and then second, losing by a head against Emergency Response, who got away with theft on the front end. I mean, to me, I can't build a trifecta or superfecta without the 7 in one of the top 2 spots. I just think he's going to be there. It's the one thing I know about this bunch. I think the 7's going to be in the mix. I can see an upset for sure, but Ange, I'm with you. Tiger Hunter's going to be a beast.
And I kind of went with the light bulb angle on him. I mean, when we saw him at the end of his Canterbury campaign last year, you didn't get inspired with a bunch of confidence because you were getting a lot of the same sorts of races out of him. 4th, beaten a decent distance, but Tiger Hunter has improved this year. It seems that things are a bit better with Tiger Hunter, and reeling off 2 in a row with that kind of record, it's good to me. You just have to find the hot hand lately. It's not that you have to find the best horse on his best day. It's just who's going well at the moment. Emergency Response did come back to run he ran the same sort of race, but a few horses ran him down. But Tiger Hunter still did that from just off the pace. He lands the outside post. He's run well on a wet track. And I did take him the other day when he scratched out of that spot for this one. He is 3-1. Both, I would guess that both the prices on him and Panzer Pride will come down. But Tiger Hunter is stood out for me, and I didn't put in too much more as far as plays. I think that I might play some exactas with Tiger Hunter on top, but most of the horses that are taking the money right now are the horses that I saw sticking out in here. You can see the board is pretty evenly matched. I don't think it'll end up that way, but this third one is an interesting way and a good sort of pick 3 race if you wanted to do something like that. I think I wouldn't go too nuts for me on the verticals, but horizontals may be an interesting way to go because I think that you'll get a few horses in here with similar resumes that will be decent prices outside of the 3 and 7.
I agree. Yeah, I think make your choice on the 3 and 7. Sprinkle in some long shots. Maybe key a horse that you like in the pick 3 and hope for a little value here. It looks like a race where I think the odds will come down on both those favorites, and I think that you're going to get some goofballs to hit that trifecta. That's the thing. I would focus in on the trifectas here. I know Superstats Dave is a trifecta expert, so maybe he'll do just that. And remember, the cadence is different right now. We've got just 2 minutes to post. I'm going to squeeze in a power play once we get done with this, but the horses are going to leave the paddock. They're going to head onto the track, get a good, quick warm-up, and then they'll be at the gate. So you need to start really getting your bets put together now. It's race number 3. It'll happen in a couple of minutes. Good luck. Getting close to race number 3, but let's talk about a race a little later in the card, and maybe you can plan on that late pick 4 or pick 5 and use a key horse. For me, Tri-State Bobcat sponsors this. It's a power play, and it's a winner today with race 5, number 4. Total surprise. Let's look at a couple of things. At Canterbury, this is big. 9 starts on our main track, 8 for 9 in the exacta. Wet track, decent numbers. 2 board finishes and just 3 starts. That Tomlinson up over 400. Claim last time for 7,500 off a win. And this is what really sold me on this horse. And by the way, the barn that claimed him 31% in this scenario. But West Island was 1-5 in this race. Supposed to win and getting a good trip up front. Let's watch what the 2-horse does, total surprise, against a 1-5 favorite who's had the run of the race, 48 basically to the half mile. And right now, West Island looks all of 1-5. This horse is supposed to win from here. To me, what sold me on total surprise is in a not a very favorable scenario, this horse is so sharp right now, he overcomes all those obstacles. Now, West Island will come back out of this race and run again and win, which also flatters our horse. But the bottom line is this horse winning under those circumstances tells me he can get claimed, he can handle a wet track, and he can come right back and do this again. It's our power play. It's sponsored by Tri-State Bobcat. It's race 5, number 4. Let's go.
SLD. Well, this big train will keep on rolling into race number 3 on a sloppy main track. No scratches, no rider changes. We apologize for the brief weather-related delay. And now they're on the John Deere dirt, heading right to the gate. Race 3 shortly. They're at the gate. It's post time. Two back. One out. IV in. And the race aim. Big Pete won the start by a mile. Big Pete 5-1 puts 3 on the field into the first turn, and it's Big Pete striding away on this rainy 4th of July in Shakopee. Big Pete in lane 2 leads at 1.5 Panzer Pride. After that, Grunder, and Grunder advances to the outside of Panzer Pride. Then we come to Tiger Hunter, circumnavigating around the turn at 4-1, 4th and 4 out of it, and to the outside of Calzone. Then we come back to Summer All Year. That one's to the inside of Infinite Moro, and they splash up the Canterbury Park barn side. Big Pete closest to the rail. Panzer Pride right next to that one. Grunder prowls a half out of it. 3 clear from Tiger Hunter, who's 2 clear from Calzone. And Calzone is 5 lengths away from Infinite Moro and Summer All Year. And they head into the far turn. Race 3, CBY. Panzer Pride puts the head in front, tries to run away from Big Pete. Behind them, Tiger Hunter. After that, Calzone beginning to close in, 5 out of it. Grunder's heading the wrong way fast. Then we come to Infinite Moro and Summer All Year. Up goes Panzer Pride with pride, and Panzer Pride puffs out the chest, takes the lead by 2.5. Tiger Hunter is next with Calzone between them, and Big Pete is back in 4th. Panzer Pride, here's Calzone at 5-1, down to 2 and 3. Calzone and Panzer Pride. Calzone takes the lead and runs away, and it's Calzone splashing to victory over Panzer Pride, and Tiger Hunter ran 3rd. The deuce, Calzone first. 2-3-7-1. Numbers unofficial. The third race, official. Exacta 19 and change. Trifecta 35.95. 10-cent superfecta 37 bucks. First pick 3 today, 2,473. 2,473. for that first $1 pick 3 at Canterbury. Race number 4, off the turf, distance fine. Scratch numbers 1, 2, 6, and 9. The 4th race provided by Jim Beam Bourbon. Thank you, Jim Beam. And Busch Light. Thank you, Busch Light. Post time just 18 minutes from now. Into the winner's circle, Calzone and Franklin Sabalos. The winning owners, 9.4 Racing and Lynn Rarick Trains. ABE Racing, which is Lynn Rarick, also owns Calzone. Fourth race just 15 minutes from now. Better hurry. And the race aim. Big Pete won the start by a mile. Big Pete 5-1 puts 3 on the field into the first turn, and it's Big Pete striding away on this rainy 4th of July in Shakopee. Big Pete in lane 2 leads at 1.5 Panzer Pride. After that, Grunder, and Grunder advances to the outside of Panzer Pride. Then we come to Tiger Hunter, circumnavigating around the turn at 4-1, 4th and 4 out of it, and to the outside of Calzone. Then we come back to Summer All Year. That one's to the inside of Infinite Moro, and they splash up the Canterbury Park Barnside. Big Pete closest to the rail. Panzer Pride right next to that one. Grunder prowls a half out of it. 3 clear from Tiger Hunter, who's 2 clear from Calzone. And Calzone is 5 lengths away from Infinite Moro and Summer All Year. And they head into the far turn. Race 3, CBY. Panzer Pride puts the head in front, tries to run away from Big Pete. Behind them, Tiger Hunter. After that, Calzone beginning to close in, 5 out of it. Grunder's heading the wrong way fast. Then we come to Infinite Moro and Summer All Year. Up goes Panzer Pride with pride. And Panzer Pride puffs out the chest, takes the lead by 2.5. Tiger Hunter is next with Calzone between them. And Big Pete is back and forth. Panzer Pride, here's Calzone at 5-1. Down to 2 and 3. Calzone and Panzer Pride. Calzone takes the lead and runs away. And it's Calzone splashing to victory over Panzer Pride, and Tiger Hunter ran third.
3 races in on this sloppy 4th of July and 3 upsets tell me that there is a pick 5 carryover potential. It also tells me if people are alive right now, Angela, then, oh, wow, we are down to 25 tickets. So that is exciting. If you're out there, good luck. And I looked at this race top to bottom once we got the scratches. In my eyes, it's a 2-horse race plus. I think the outside horse, the 10, can be a bit of an X factor, but I really think the 5 is what we know with speed, with Kelsey, and then you and I are both on the 8. Very well-bred horse for extreme racing. Mm-hmm. So if we're going to bet this race, if we're going to handicap it top to bottom, we got to talk about horses like Summer Russ and Mia Is Short. I don't see a lot of opportunities here in a wet track for these horses to jump up and upset the apple cart, but they've got race experience, and that's one advantage they have to use against horses like the 8 and 10.
That's true. And the last time that we saw Summer Russ on the dirt, it was at Turf Paradise. It wasn't a wet track, but she did show a bit of speed, and more so than she showed going longer last time. I mean, I think you could be more forgiving about a horse cutting back in distance coming to the turf, now off the turf. But she seems to have worked well enough up here. I just think I would like to maybe see her do what she was scheduled to do, go sprint on the turf, but it was a usable enough race, I think, 2 back, where if Summer Russ is a horse that you like and you like the looks of her down in the paddock, 92 is fair and she could be mixed into the verticals.
Now, Mia Is Short is Miguel Angel Silva, and you're great at kind of digesting their barn and figuring out their plan. Lewis Michael, the sire, was a nice one. What track so far? 1 try. Did get the lead in that race up at Will Rogers, was 34-1, did finish 4th, so hit the super. This is a trainer you follow closely. Is this horse good enough to be at least a pace factor and get in the mix here today?
She's another one, because some of these have been entered in a previous turf sprint, and that race didn't go, or that race didn't stay on the turf. I want to see Mia Is Short on the turf. I think that might be where she's her best. Maybe she'll need claimers. She already faced claimers down in Texas and Oklahoma. It's not like, she has one set sort of skill yet, but giving her a shot on the turf sprinting with the speed that she shows both in the morning and the afternoon, I think that it would be worth finding that out before putting her back in for a tag, and I think that's what they're doing with her. But Mia Is Short is probably going to be the field's long shot. It'll be between her and Zong's Irish Frost. And with the experience that she has versus our top pick, versus the outside horse, and the horse just to her inside, you could make a case for her, but she's another one just like Summer Russ. I want to see her on the turf and see how she handles that as opposed to the dirt races she's posted.
Red Volta, to me, is a very safe play to be in the mix. And, the blinkers have certainly worked for Bobby Klein. Didn't show much early in her career. Blinkers go on. 3 good races in a row, specifically last time out. That horse ran a big-time race, Angela. 21-3 for the opening quarter. There's no question Kelsey, after watching the last race, she's going to be sending here. If Red Volta gets loose, look out.
Right, and at least you know what you're getting with her. And with the Klein horses both showing a degree of speed, you wouldn't think that they'd go after each other. And I think that this one is the slightly faster of the two. And Red Volta last time nearly got the job done. My one thing is that the horse that beat her, Rush Into the Wire, had a lot of starts leading into that. A lot of tries at the maiden level. Red Volta just barely got outgamed by her. And that was her first start since April. There is some upside with this filly, but that's why she's taking the money that she is.
Now, Zong's Irish Frost, the other Bobby Klein, is a 5-year-old maiden. Some people out there, again, race fans, cloudy day, bet the gray. It's been plenty cloudy. What do you think about the gray?
Well, with the 2 Klein horses, you would think that Kelsey got her choice, and she chose the other one. But Zong's Irish Frost is the elder stateswoman of this group, and she does have speed that she showed down at Oaklawn. And I think that you could probably look back to a race in the mud 2 back and say, well, at least you know that she likes that. That was also against claimers and Arkansas-bred claimers. So Zong's Irish Frost is one that I want to get a good look at, but I think that she's going to have the main pace presences immediately to her inside and outside. It's not always a good formula.
Valhalla Vixen is both of our top picks. They spent $52,000 on this racehorse. It's extreme racing. It's Carmona. It's Mac Robertson. And maybe through the workouts we've seen for this first-time starter, the cards have been played. She looks like she might be a good one, and she looks like she might have some speed.
Yeah, it looks like they might have been sitting on her for a while. I mean, she worked the best of some of the Mac Robertson horses that worked out the mornings that she did. Even though they're short works, this is only 5. And her dam has thrown out a couple of first-time winners. She's a half to brew house. And with extreme racing specifically, they've started off 9 first-time starters here at Canterbury. They're 3 for 9. All 9 of them hit the board. And Valhalla Vixen has a lot in her corner. including being towards the outside of what I think will be most of the pace. But there is another first-timer, and she's on the screen now with blinkers.
And she looks good. Debuting with blinkers, like the 8-horse, some fast workouts for Mike Beeler's horse, Fresh Breeze. Constantino Roman gets the mount. A steady set of drills, and Ange, the outside post, I think gives some trip options if she can show a natural burst out of the gate and be in position.
Yeah, and her mother won her first 2 starts. Siblings thus far 0 for 4, and really the pedigree kind of says maybe synthetic would be her favorite surface, but hey, maybe she'll like the mud, and I would think maybe a bit more distance too. Her workouts seem to have got a little bit better the longer she's gone in them, so Fresh Breeze, maybe one I'll watch down the road.
Picks are up on the board right now. They head down the tunnel. Soon we get Sir Leonard Dykert in the slicker with the call to the post.
On to the second pick 5 and off the turf. Scratch numbers 1, 2, 6, and 9.
The final 5 is right around the corner. Remember, they're heading straight to the gate, so we'll just go through this quickly. Kevin and I just talked about Red Volta and Valhalla Vixen. Those are the only 2 I'm going to use in here. Race number 5, used a couple of horses that I thought would be close to the pace, and Il Capitano and Total Surprise, but Meet Joe is a wild card in there who should be a decent price, has never tried a wet track. We're just going to single Cool Karma in race number 6. Kevin, Paul, and I all agree on this filly. She was one of 2 from the burnt camp. The other one's scratched, but her speed that she showed on the dirt last night will make her a major player in the 6th. And 2 quarter horse races to close this out. Just want 1, 3, and 4. They should be very similar prices on the board towards the inside, but they've all shown good enough races to win that maiden. And in the last, we have another maiden to close us out at 300. I'm going to single Relentless Rocket with the hope that he stays in the gate and does what he did down at Remington. Could make him a very short-priced winner, so we made a small ticket, $4.50. They are headed to the gate shortly.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Middle of the holiday extravaganza. Red Volta and Valhalla Vixen. Each 9 to 5. All right, one back. The firster, Fresh Breeze. Ready for a sloppy dirt dash. And they're racing. Terrible beginning for Valhalla Vixen. The firster was off in last. And in first, Mia Too Short trying to come up big. On the inside, Summer Ruse is beginning to make that Summer Rush, beginning to rush in and join the lead. And Red Volta outside of them, the white horse for now, is Zong's Irish Frost. Into the far turn, recovering is Valhalla Vixen, about 7 lengths out of it, and a half clear from fellow firster Fresh Breeze. They're covered by 7 with a quarter of a mile to go. Summer Rush shows the way with the leading man. Summer Rush bet down to 3.5 to 1, leads it from Mia is Short. On the inside, Red Volta comes sneaking through in search of an aqueduct to get the money. And on the far outside, Valhalla Vixen's finishing nicely. Chasing Summer Russ. Summer Russ trying to bolt from Red Volta, but Summer Russ has done enough to win on the sloppy surface and prevails. Three, Summer Russ first. Number 5, Red Volta second. Photography for the rest. 59.78, 59.78, hold them all. Three, 5, 7, 4. Race 4, official. Race number 5 is 19 minutes from now. Scratch number 2, Bigfoot City. The 5th race is provided by Pepsi, Tri-State Bobcat, Choice Electric, Atomic Data, and Culver's Shakopee. The maiden breaker into the winner's circle, Summer Russ, and our leading jockey, Luis Fuentes. Summer Russ is owned by Jerome and Christina Russell. The winning trainer, Ryan Kenny. And they're racing. Terrible beginning for Valhalla Vixen. The firster was off in last. And in first, Mia Too Short trying to come up big. On the inside, Summer Ruse is beginning to make that Summer Rush beginning to rush in and join the lead. And Red Volta outside of them, the white horse for now, is Zong's Irish Frost. Into the far turn, recovering is Valhalla Vixen, about 7 lengths out of it, and a half clear from fellow firster Fresh Breeze. They're covered by 7 with a quarter of a mile to go. Summer Rush shows the way with the leading man. Summer Rush bet down to 3.5 to 1, leads it from Mia is Short. On the inside, Red Volta comes sneaking through in search of an aqueduct to get the money. And on the far outside, Valhalla Vixen's finishing nicely. Chasing Summer Russ. Summer Russ trying to bolt from Red Volta, but Summer Russ has done enough to win on the sloppy surface and prevails. Three, Summer Russ first. Number 5, Red Volta. on the inside. LL's Classy Dude has caught an aqueduct on the inside as a long shot and goes swooshing by several of them, and riding solo is the one he just picked off most recently. And LL's Classic Dude is going to prevail at 10-1 in race 1 at Canterbury. Slow slider on the 3 wide side. North Arm Bay ships all in, and they're coming home now. Here comes Bayou Benny with a rush. Slim slow slider, Bayou Benny. They join Divine Leader and Crocodile Hunter into the final football field. Slim slow slider, Bayou Benny, Bayou Benny, Bayou ahead. And Panzer Pride puffs out the chest, takes the lead by 2.5. Tiger Hunter is next with Calzone between them, and Big Pete is back and forth. Panzer Pride, here's Calzone at 5-1, down to 2 and 3. Calzone and Panzer Pride. Calzone takes the lead and runs away, and it's Calzone splashing to victory over Panzer Pride, and Tiger Hunter ran third. Short on the inside, Red Volta comes sneaking through in search of an aqueduct to get the money, and on the far outside, Valhalla Vixen's finishing nicely, chasing Summer Russ trying to bolt from Red Volta, but Summer Russ has done enough to win on the sloppy surface and prevails.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you, and there are just 2 tickets remaining. All we know is this: 1, 3, 6, and 7, and we have a pick 5 carryover into Saturday's early pick 5. Now, Ange and I like the 4 and 5. They're both covered. They're both paying around $30,000, and they both make a ton of sense. But let's handicap this fun race together, Ange. And we've seen upset after upset. How about that horse going off at 7-2? It was 10-1 morning line. Was drifting around that 5 to 6 to 1 number, and then boom, gets bet. And Luis Fuentes, our top jockey, gave it a great trip.
Yeah, and the speed that she showed a couple of backs, showed back up today, and was very effective in that group. In this race, there were 2. Let's just start before we get to Redisser. We'll talk about Jose Silva having basically 2 of a kind in here to begin with. Bigfoot City and Il Capitano. Now, Bigfoot City is scratched. They brought the same sort of things to the table. I initially had Bigfoot City on top. I switch over to Il Capitano, but the way that today has been going, it's hard to have confidence in a horse that runs like this one. They've been coming from off the pace for the most part, except for the last race, and it's looking like a tiring track just with some of the rain that we've taken. We'll go back to Redisser on the inside. This will be his second start at Canterbury. Big class drop down from optional claimers into here. Ran behind Il Capitano, among others, last time. What do you make of him?
Well, again, it's a horse that I think if he gets back to who he was in Tampa, those races at Tampa are super competitive. I don't like what I saw last time out. I agree with Lynn Rarick dropping this horse in class. I love that Kelsey Haar gets aboard. She's aggressive. She seems to know where to put her horses in these races. And that race back on April the 3rd puts this horse in the win conversation. And after what we've seen today with these first 4 races is you don't want to overlook horses like this. There's a win on a wet track in the running lines going back to January at Tampa. So, yeah, I think the horse from the inside has a shot.
Yeah, and maybe 2 turns will be more up his alley. I mean, he went 2 turns last time against some tough company, but that Tampa race, and keep in mind that's a 1-turn mile down at Gulfstream and a 1-turn 7 furlong race, may not have been his best game. Meet Joe is going to start just next to him. We do scratch Bigfoot City. Meet Joe is a horse that I put in second because he was really wide last time near the back. He worked his way up, and a couple just got by him on the outside. He got fourth, but it was a better than it looked fourth on the turf. He goes back to the dirt. We haven't seen him on a wet surface, but he has plenty of main track form and plenty of positional speed, where I think that Ceballos, who's looking for another win today, could do so at a price and could put Meet Joe where he needs to be in the race, however the pace does set up, because Il Capitano, even though they try to slow him down, still ends up going fast. This is a dangerous horse, and he's one of the carryover possibilities at 7-1.
For years in these wet tracks, horses that like the turf and have some dirt form tend to fire. And so that is the case to be made for Meet Joe. Ceballos is riding well, has a win in the card. This horse always seems to show up. You look at the running line, 18 for 34 in the trifecta, tells you that this horse tries real hard. Now, the power play for me today is the 4 Total Surprise. Talked about this horse already. Matt Williams, the trainer, 31% off the claim. Constantino Roman comes back and gets the ride. And last time out against a 1-5 West Island, this horse didn't get the run of the race and still found a way to win. Now, we get a test for class. We're facing better competition. I like this horse on a wet track. I think this horse gets a good stalking trip. And if Il Capitano gets pressed early and is vulnerable, I think he can win. Now, if Il Capitano gets loose, all bets are off. But I think Total Surprise is a very dangerous horse at a square price. Now, let's talk about Il Capitano, because he is bred up and down to love a wet track. He's the speed of the race, and he's flat out faced better competition. If Ember was in this race, Ember would be 1-5, and I likely would say you can't beat him. That's the case to be made for the 5.
I just had to sub him in. Like I said, both of the Silva horses brought the same sort of thing. I've tried Il Capitano, and De Silva has given every chance he's tried as best he can to get Il Capitano to just slow down. And I mean, even the fractions that they've set last time were very reasonable, but they were fighting with each other while they were setting them. If he can somehow just get this horse to chill out and use his speed on the front end and ration it along, it seems like there's nobody that has quite his brand. The horse right next to him, Cowboy Cabin, will be an X factor with that, maybe even Redisser, but this is the target that they have to run down. He's taking a ton of money, and he just needs to harness in that ability, because the class drop will be a big help for him in here, and I really think he could steal this on the front end, even though he's even money, nothing to write home about. It hasn't been that kind of day for those horses, so make me a case for Cowboy Cabin.
Well, Paul Allen made a really nice case in our touchdown towel today at the race's pre-race show, and he talked about a horse on a wet track. Looks like he's bred for it. 2 back, ran a really big race at Oaklawn. Didn't fire last time. You get the layoff. You get some nice workouts. You get a trainer that's sitting on some wins. I agree with PA. 8 starts coming into the weekend. This trainer had 1 win, but 3 seconds and 4 thirds. So all the horses are in the mix. And oh, by the way, our top jockey, Luis Fuentes, sees fit to ride this horse. So I get it. It's an interesting take by PA. It's a fair price. Absolutely can win. What surprises me is the 7 horse has great form, and all these, and we call them sharps, but all the public handicappers, only 1 lands here, and that's our tip sheet guy, Super Stats Dave. I wish he was here to defend himself, but he ran to the movie theater like a coward, so we'll have to talk for him. Mulberry Street. Again, your guy, Miguel Angel Silva. This is a barn that you follow very closely. You've had a lot of success, Angela, over the last couple of summers with these horses. I think this horse is very live here.
I wouldn't talk anybody off Mulberry Street. I just wonder, some of those figures sometimes from Will Rogers maybe look a little bit better on paper than they play out and translate elsewhere. Mulberry Street has 2 wins this spring. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And it's a crafty entrant for this one, because races of 62.50 or less are not counted. Both Total Surprise and Mulberry Street have won races like that, but they don't get counted against them, so they're in very cozy spots. I just didn't like how far behind this horse is probably going to get himself. Now, the way that things have played out, probably not as bad a thing as it would have been if this was a fast track. So you have to recalibrate all of that. He is taking a bit of money accordingly, but Mulberry Street, I just thought might be way, way far out of it. And I was counting on Il Capitano or Bigfoot City or both to go crawl along on the front end and ration their speed on the class drop. So that was my main argument against him. But he fits as well as anybody, especially the way that things are playing.
Yeah, if you look at his races, he starts a little slow, but by the middle part of the race, this horse is in the race. Like 3 back when he won, middle part of the race, he's a length and a half back. Last time out, middle part of the race, length and a quarter back. So he has tactical speed. You're right, though, early on, he's going to have to make up 5, 6, 7 lengths, and it all comes down to the 5. If the 5 can ration that speed, as Angela talked about, he's going to be a handful. If he gets pressured, there could be some chaos here, which tells you in the next 2 minutes you need to get to the window and put together some fun bets. We've got a pick 4 starting right now with 2 thoroughbred and 2 quarter horse races. That pick 4, like the pick 5 and earlier sequences, could be all kinds of fun financially, but you can't win it if you don't get in it. Race 5 and the pick 4 and this very balanced field top to bottom will be at the gate, ready to race in a couple minutes.
All righty now, Sir Leonard Diker with a nifty little ditty brings them on the track for race 5, scratch 2, Bigfoot City.
Hello again from the studio. We're going to talk about a horse in race number 6 today quickly before we get to the 5th. The angle being an entry from a barn. We're going to talk about one of them, Cool Karma, because, well, we'll take a look at both. These two fillies were entered in race number 6, Cool Karma and Baby Doll Peach. They are both trained by Joel Burnt, but Baby Doll Peach is out. She's scratched, and the horse that's run on the dirt is left in here. That's Cool Karma. She did have a layoff between her first 2 races. The last one was in September. This one in June, we're going to take a quick look at. Cool Karma ran that day on a good track. She's going to have to encounter a sloppy track today, but she did run well on an off surface. Cool Karma is the inside horse. You can see her inside the blue box, and she's going to break pretty well and get up towards the lead. Cool Karma, just to the inside of Hot Charlotte, a very fast Bruce Rican horse, gets herself into the race and does so off the shelf. It looks like she's grown up a bit from 2 to 3, and Cool Karma does keep up for quite a ways. Now, being on the inside might not be the best place to be, so he takes her back and tries to move her to the outside. Didn't work that day, but it's a stepping stone. This horse got something out of this race, and we're going to look for her to take another step forward today into the winner's circle. You put in 2, you might only need 1. That's Cool Karma in race number 6.
It is now post time for race number 5. One out. Mulberry Street in. Racing. Il Capitano came out like a shot. Il Capitano already to the lead. Cowboy Cabin flashes speed. Mulberry Street right behind them. But as they corner, Il Capitano sole alone in front. After that, 5 lengths back to Meet Joe, who can meet fourth. About 7 out of it as the pace intensifies. Then we come to Total Surprise. Far clear from Redusor. Up the barn side they splash. Race 5, 4th of July, Canterbury Park. Il Capitano leads it by 4. In second, Cowboy Cabin well off the inside by 2. Then it's Mulberry Street scooting along to the inside. 6 out of it. Il Capitano still leads, slowing down on the lead too. And the third place horse is about 5 clear from Meet Joe, shaken up hard. After that, Total Surprise, still nothing from Redusor. Il Capitano splashes along with a 2-length advantage. Mulberry Street goes to second to the inside of Cowboy Cabin. After that, Meet Joe looking to re-engage and doing a good job of it. Far clear from Total Surprise, and Redusor's 20 out of it. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Il Capitano still being ridden quite confidently. Il Capitano and Fausto da Silva now getting busy with Mulberry Street right behind, angling to the outside. And even farther out, we have Meet Joe between runners, Cowboy Cabin. Il Capitano desperately trying to hold on, leading at 1.5, and he's done enough to win. Il Capitano, wire to wire, spotless cap to boot. Number 5, Il Capitano first. 5-7-6-3. 2 claims in race number 5. Stand by. Couple of claims. The winner, Il Capitano, claimed for $7,500, winning a 5-way shake. For the victorious Il Capitano, Veronica Litvin for Sukaran Racing. And number 7, Mulberry Street, was claimed for $7,500. The new trainer, Ruben Fuentes for Rocket Wrench Racing. Mulberry Street claimed Fuentes Revac. Winner claimed Litvin Sukaran. Race number 5, official. Race number 6, about 20 minutes from now, off the turf, scratch numbers 1 and 7. Now entering the winner's circle, the victorious Il Capitano and Fausto da Silva. 4 victories this racing week for da Silva, tops in the room. Il Capitano is owned by Johnny Taboada, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Pick 5 payout, $29,988. $29,988 for the first 5. Congratulations. And they're racing. Il Capitano came out like a shot. Il Capitano already to the lead. Cowboy Cabin flashes speed. Mulberry Straight right behind them. But as they corner, Il Capitano sole alone in front. After that, 5 lengths back to Meet Joe, who can meet fourth. About 7 out of it as the pace intensifies. Then we come to Total Surprise. Far clear from Redusor. Up the barn side they splash. Race 5, 4th of July, Canterbury Park. Il Capitano leads it by 4. In second, Cowboy Cabin well off the inside by 2. Then it's Mulberry Street scooting along to the inside. 6 out of it. Il Capitano still leads, slowing down on the lead too. And the third place horse is about 5 clear from Meet Joe, shaking up hard. After that, Total Surprise, still nothing from Redusor. Il Capitano splashes along with a 2-length advantage. Mulberry Street goes to second to the inside of Cowboy Cabin. After that, Meet Joe looking to re-engage and doing a good job of it. Far clear from Total Surprise, and Redusor's 20 out of it. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Il Capitano still being ridden quite confidently. Il Capitano and Fausto da Silva now getting busy with Mulberry Street right behind, angling to the outside. And even farther out, we have Meet Joe between runners, Cowboy Cabin. Il Capitano desperately trying to hold on, leading at 1.5, and he's done enough to win. Il Capitano, wire to wire, spotless cap to boot.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you from the prestigious Press Box TV studio. Our hearts are broken after a Pick 5 carryover dream has been dashed, but congratulations to whoever constructed that $30,000 winner. That's a heck of a job on a very difficult day here in Shakopee. One more thoroughbred race, couple of quarter horse dashes on the back end. And Angela, this is a race where we saw my top two picks in the race scratch. I think a lot of people like the 1 and 7, so this really opens things up for all kinds of difficulty.
Yeah, and on the turf, I really did like Baby Doll Peach, but I liked Cool Karma too. I talked about it in the angle. Joel Burnt put in a couple in here, and even though Baby Doll Peach had the experience on the turf, Cool Karma's a nice horse, and she ran better than it looks on paper and showed lots of speed. I think that if she utilizes that same tactic, there's nobody in here that has that degree of pace anymore, and Cool Karma might be able to pull an Il Capitano. She should be a heavy favorite by the time all is said and done. If you look at the Will Pays, lots and lots of the horizontal money went this one's way. Cloudless Blue did open up with the money. She scratched out of a different spot for this. She's on the cutback. But we can start on the inside now. Emery and Avery inherits the rail. Started off her career against winners down at Fauner. Didn't make much noise that day, but this is start number 2. We know her mother, Stella Brini, quite well. She won a number of races up here in Minnesota. Do you think that she could be a new horse in her home state and against maidens?
Well, the wet track bloodlines are lukewarm for me. Larry Donlan's been going great, so that's fun to see. When you get Larry Donlan in here at plus 20% and featured him with one of our vignettes that we use for social media and throughout the park here on our broadcast a couple days ago, it'd be a fun story. I love Sophia Barandella picking up the mount. We just don't really know much about this horse. The debut didn't give us any clues outside of the fact that the horse was in against low-level claimers that, technically are winners. I'm way more intrigued by Molly's Mia, the 3. I see some really good wet track bloodlines. This is the granddaughter of the great Pulpit. I see a couple of nice workouts, including a workout, Ange, on a wet track. And that's something that, with a first-time starter matters to me. The Bethke charge, your thoughts?
Molly's Mia in that gate work are eye-catching. It's just that she drew to the inside of Cool Karma. And even if she does have some speed, I don't think that Cool Karma will be too far behind. Molly's Mia might need this start, but like you mentioned, the pedigree is definitely there for this filly to handle probably a dirt surface and a wet surface at that. Molly's Mia does have 5 works leading into this, but started off last summer, and it looked like she had a little bit of talent, just didn't need to race as a 2-year-old, so they're going to start her off now. Being behind a little bit by that, where the horses all to her outside and inside have the experience on her, isn't great, but she did take some early money. She's currently 9-2 and 7-5 is the price on the filly you see on screen. I'm sort of already tipped my hand with Cool Karma, but why do you like her?
Well, I think the 5 furlongs for me is what really sold me. She was chasing 21-4. 44-4 on a good track last time. There was moisture in it. Hout Charlotte ran a big race. If she goes back to that race on the cutback for a trainer sitting on a bunch of wins, I'm with you. I think she gets loose. I think 7-5 is a fair number, on a horse that just hasn't done much more than a 28 by her speed figure. But the way the racetrack is playing, the rain continues, speed is good. I think Cool Karma, if she can get out of the gate and get to the front end, not have to battle, I think she'll be just fine.
I think so too, and being positioned where she is with the horses to her outside not showing as much speed thus far in their lifetime, including Cloudless Blue, it really looks like her race to lose. But we'll talk about Cloudless Blue, who has been taking money from the start of the betting. She did show a little bit last year when we last saw her. She was able to keep herself within range of the leaders, but last time they stretched her out on the turf and she didn't keep herself close that day. She gets Lasix. She's had Lasix actually last time. You should note she did race with Lasix last time. She'll race with Lasix again today. And Alonso Quinones keeps the faith. I think that he'll probably ask her to get into the race early a little bit more than he has previously. And just the fact that she has 4 races, like we talked about with Molly's Mia, is a big trump card for her. Cloudless Blue, I want to get a look at her in the paddock too, because sometimes she had got a touch riled up in the paddock and out on the track, but she looked really good last September, and it looks like she's grown up a bit and she's handling herself well today. If Cloudless Blue is to it wouldn't be much of an upset. If she is to win this race, what would be the tactic?
Tactic would be off the pace, probably mid-pack. That race on a sloppy track last August when she was just a 2-year-old showed a little something. 9-horse field. She split the field, showed a little alacrity late. It's Quinones for Padilla. She might run on late, but I think the run of the race is on the other side of her. I think she's up against that. The 6-horse is one that could be an X factor with the pace, and she might be quicker than people are handicapping, because even though the fractions were slower, 22-1, 46-1, Honorable Mischief is a nice horse, and she was right out there chasing. It's just, for her to win, she's going to have to out-duel the 4 early. And unless the 4 has some kind of a slower break out of the gate, I don't know if that's going to happen. But another horse that should not mind the wet footing.
She breaks so slow. I actually took her last time. She went off at 24-1. Digs and Diamonds, I thought, could duplicate that speed, carrying it over from the dirt to the turf. And she did what she did in her first start. She just didn't get out of the gate very well. I hope that the outside post would definitely alleviate that. Even if she does break a bit slow, she'll have more room to recover. She is a 5-year-old, and she only has 3 lifetime starts. Obviously, some things to iron out with her. But even in her debut, she broke really slow. She's kind of hightailing it, but she started to move in a little bit on the turn. There is some ability here. She just needs to put all the pieces together. Now, De Silva, Paul mentioned, has been riding really well this weekend. Maybe she and De Silva will get along well enough where she can keep herself in the race like she did on May 18th. That's a lot of ifs, though, and she is 6-1. I don't know, kind of mixed signals for her, but I had the faith last time. I would probably use her in an exacta. I don't think I would put her on top. I think that we're all pretty confident that Cool Karma is going to take a step forward in here and break her maiden. But if you're going to bet this race based on the board and the quarter horse race is coming, what do you do?
I single the horse I like, which is the 4 Cool Karma, and then I spread in these quarter horse races, knowing that it's a sloppy track. Olmsted's pinned to the inside in one of those races with his top jockey. So I would do, maybe I'm on a $10 budget, right? So I would single the 4 here, and then probably use a bunch of horses in one of the races and two horses in the other race. Go 1 by 2 by 5 or 1 by 5 by 2 and try to corner an upset in the quarter horse race, singling Cool Karma here.
There you go. That's a strategy. They're going to head right to the gate. We got 4 minutes or less. They are going to get out there and get going in our final thoroughbred event very, very soon. Got a quarter horse double coming late. The action is still rolling on your 4th of July holiday. Good luck in the 6th.
Race number 6 on the sloppy main track, scratch numbers 1 and 7. Race 6 provided by Kim Crawford Wines and Hormel. Ladies and gentlemen, a late scratch being announced for the first time. Scratch number 6, Digs and Diamonds. Now, with that scratch, no superfecta wagering or show wagering in race 6. All superfecta and show wagers are to be refunded. Regarding number 6, Digs and Diamonds, also no trifecta wagering in race 6. So refunds available right now for number 6, Digs and Diamonds, on Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, and double wagers. A consolation double will be paid to number 6 from the winner of race 5. And we are refunding all trifecta, superfecta, and show wagers on race 6. Number 6, Digs and Diamond, a late scratch. We're going to hold this race up a couple of minutes. If you have a refund coming on either a trifecta, superfecta, or show wager, or anything involving number 6, Digs and Diamonds, you can get your refund right now and re-wager. They're spinning about, all 4 of them, about 70 yards behind the gate. Go get your refunds and re-wager if you are so inclined. Pick 3, 4, and 5 wagers involving number 6, Digs and Diamonds. Head to the starting favorite in race 6. They're at the gate, and it is now race time, race 6, beginning the final 4th of July pick 3 at Canterbury Park. Relegated to 4 off the turf, John Deere Dirt, Sloppy. Moving in, Emery and Davery. Molly's Mia, well-supported first-time starter. Rider off the 4. That's your 4 to 5 favorite. Cool Karma, still not liking it.
Yeah. Hey, step over here, bud. Step over. All the way over. All the way. One more. Yep. All right, go one more. I don't think it's him. He was wanting to be. Yeah. Everybody, hey, what to do?
She's in. Roman on. Cloudless Blue. All right. And they're racing. And after all that, Cool Karma out of the gate in cool style. Emery and Avery also with some speed to the inside. And as the 4 blaze into the far turn, couple of packs of 2 up top. We have 2 and 4 squabbling. Then we come back to Cloudless Blue to the outside of Molly's Mia. The firster is 6 lengths behind Emery and Avery. Emery and Avery at 10 to 1 in this small field pulls away from Cool Karma, who's languishing. Molly's Mia's on the move. Likewise for Cloudless Blue, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. It is Emery and Avery giving up the inside to Molly's Mia, and Guillermo Rodriguez takes advantage trying to get through, but Emery and Avery still with more in the tank. Outside of that Cloudless Blue, then we come back to Cool Karma. It is Emery and Avery attacked by Cloudless Blue to the outside. 2 and 5 to the line together. Cloudless Blue just in the nick of time. Number 5, Cloudless Blue first. It's Blue and Q. 5, 2, 3, 4. Official. Race 7 is the holiday penultimate. 15 minutes from now, race 7, no scratches. Up to the winner's circle, it's Cloudless Blue. Blue and Q. Alonso Quinones, the winning rider. The winning trainer, Tim Padilla for Lower Hay Farms, First Street Stables, Kovalchuk, Gabler, and Fitzpatrick. Cloudless Blue is a 3-year-old bay filly by Eye of the Leopard out of Subtle Splendor. Bred in Minnesota by Slews Get One and Rick and Joyce Osborne. And they're racing, and after all that, Cool Karma out of the gate in cool style. Emery and Avery also with some speed to the inside, and as the 4 blaze into the far turn, couple of packs of 2 up top. We have 2 and 4 squabbling. Then we come back to Cloudless Blue to the outside of Molly's Mia. The firster is 6 lengths behind Emery and Avery. Emery and Avery at 10-1 in this small field pulls away from Cool Karma, who's languishing. Molly's Mia's on the move. Likewise for Cloudless Blue, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. It is Emery and Avery giving up the inside to Molly's Mia, and Guillermo Rodriguez takes advantage trying to get through, but Emery and Avery still with more in the tank. Outside of that, Cloudless Blue. Then we come back to Cool Karma. It is Emery and Avery attacked by Cloudless Blue to the outside. 2 and 5 to the line together. Cloudless Blue just in the nick of time.
we're back up in the studio, and it's quarter horse double time. But before we get to that, I want to ask you a little bit more about the commercial we just saw. Leg Up Day is coming, and tell us a little bit more about how people can get involved today and in any future visits here to Canterbury.
Well, first, a little bit about Leg Up. Leg Up Fund was started, I think, in 2014 as a way to assist injured riders. When riders get hurt out on the racetrack or in the mornings, maybe during training hours, jocks don't get paid when they're not working. So the Leg Up Fund was founded in order to provide a little bit of financial resources to jockeys as they recover. So, some jocks could be out a couple weeks, maybe a couple months, but this was a way to provide some financial aid in order while they're recuperating and getting back in the saddle. And it's been very successful. We've helped a lot of riders along the way. Now we've got Leg Up Night at the Races coming up in August, and that's a chance to get involved by. There's a silent auction. There's a raffle. You could sponsor riders, or just make a donation. You can do that any day at the races here out in the lobby and at the info center and marketing booth. There's donation boxes there, and you can contribute to the riders. And now the Leg Up Fund has really expanded to help exercise riders as well, and just provide support for other backside assistance as well. So it's been a really great thing, and we've watched it grow here and had a lot of support. The riders support it each and every month. They have a per mount fee that they provide. So do owners of horses, both quarter horses and thoroughbreds. They provide in money as well. So we've had really great public support. I mean, you've been here for every one of the Leg Up nights and days at the races that we've had.
And in a dunk tank.
Yeah, the dunk tank as well. You'll be getting in the dunk tank again this year.
Oh, unbeknownst to me, I'm getting back in the dunk tank this year.
The public support has been great. You can kind of tell. I mean, the fans love the jockeys. They're the athletes in this game, the horses as well. Right. But horses you see every couple of weeks. Jockeys you see every day at the races, and there's kind of that relationship formed between fans and riders, just like any other athletes in any other pro sport. So it's great to see them come out and support the riders. So it's something that I'm really proud of that we've done here at Canterbury Park.
Yeah, I am too, and I'm proud to be a part of it. And again, you can be a part of it too. Raffle tickets, come out and join us on Leg Up Night. If you just want to make a donation, there are possibilities for that anytime that you come and visit the racetrack. So if you want to be involved in it, like he said, it's a great cause. It's a fun night, and there's still more of those to come, but we still have a double left on your 4th of July holiday. And of course, I brought in Jeff Madej because he is the resident quarter horse expert at Canterbury. Now, I know that we have some wet weather involved, but in general, where do you begin with handicapping a quarter horse race for those unfamiliar with it?
Well, I think it's really there's not a lot of there's some trip handicapping involved when you look at the replays, but no one's trying to work out a trip. I mean, they're supposed to run a straight line. That's the ideal situation. You break out of the gate and you run as fast as you can to the wire. So a lot of the trip handicapping part and post positions in general aren't a big factor unless you uncover a track bias. But I haven't seen one yet this year. Now the track is sloppy here, so some things could happen. But I assume with this short field, the gate will be set a little bit out from the rail, so it should be clear going for everyone. So what I would start doing, one, you look at the trainers, and we know that Jason Olmsted has dominated here over the years. So you've got to look at the horses he has in here, but then really look at the times and the trips. And maybe the intention, what kind of races were they running in, and that'll give you a little bit of both class and speed, and that's probably what determines the winner.
Well, and we do have a few, he's got half the field in here, and you alluded to what races they were coming out of, and these three do come out of different spots. The 1, Southern Eagle, the 2, Moonlight Dynasty, and the 6, Our Runnin' Jesse, all were out of separate races. So when you look at these three, if that's where you begin, because they're going to take a lot of the money, and it's a very even board at the moment, which one jumps out at you?
Well, it used to be fairly simple because Jason Olmsted always had a go-to rider, right? So that would that would be the first place you look. But last night he had numerous horses running. We had 3 quarter horse races. Randy Vega jumped up and won a race, right? Mm-hmm. And Alvarez is the person you would assume would get the best horses, but I don't think that's always been the case, especially when they're all fairly even, right? I mean, he can't ride 3 in one race. He's got to pick one,
right. And
they might all be the same. And someone else works out a little bit better ride, gets a better break, whatever, and wins. So I like the inside and the outside. I think it's down to those two horses, and because they both had troubled trips when they ran at Remington Park. But I would probably gravitate towards the 6, our run and Jesse with our own L.A. Valenzuela aboard. Horse got bad at Remington Park last time, and you broke from the 5 hole and got pushed out. Really had no chance to win that race, but still ran relatively fast compared to the other horses that have run at Remington Park. So if that price continues to drift up like it is right now, 9-2, that's where I'm going.
Okay, that's very fair. He's 9-2. The other one that you mentioned right now is 4-1, and I would expect Southern Eagle to come down in price as well. That was Kevin's pick. Your horse is the pick of Paul Allen. Southern Eagle being on the rail, coming out of straight maidens. I mean, he's an Oklahoma bred, but ran against all comers from all around. He floated out in that first race, as it says on paper, but went 300 yards. Didn't break very well. So Southern Eagle, do you think he can take a big enough step forward in this spot to make some impact? Right now, he just went down to 7-2.
I do. The horse had a terrible start. Scrambled, was kind of up in the air, and then got pushed out immediately. And that's another one that really had no chance. We don't know what kind of talent this horse has, but we do know that Jason Olmstead's the trainer, Brenda Reiswig is the owner and the breeder. This is a horse that has a chance to improve, and I think that the money's going to come in. It should come in on Haley Hobbs on the 3, right? That's the fat of the horses that have run at Remington or at Canterbury. That's one of the fastest horses in this race, and I think the money comes in there and maybe on the 4 as well. So maybe we're going to get something that's not a /5 on a Jason Olmstead horse.
It could happen. I mean, the way the board is looking right now, that's a definite possibility. That sounds weird. But with 2-year-olds specifically, you mentioned BP April, 3 starts as opposed to 1 or 2 for the rest of them. That has to play a big part in it because of the big jump forward this horse took, not only from coming from Remington to here, but getting from start 2 to start 3.
Right, but and I look at the intention too, and kind of where the horses have run. Right, this horse did run at Remington Park in the maiden claiming race, a 10,000 maiden claiming. That to me speaks of intention, or maybe the trainer's perception of the horse, that they were willing to lose that horse for a tag. So that's why one of the reasons why I'm looking elsewhere.
There you go. There's your crash course and quarter horses as they head out to the track to kick off the late double. There's our selections for race number 7. Thank you for joining me, Jeff Madey, and good luck to everybody in the last couple.
Arriving at the gate, and it is post time for the 4th of July penultimate. GFB Magic 2-1. Southern Eagle in, about to be joined by Moonlight Dynasty. GFB Magic already in. At the field in. Now BP April. Insurmountable in. RR Runnin' Jesse last in. Runnin' Jesse goes in. Here come the 2-year-olds. And they're racing. Great beginning for BP April. Southern Eagle also right there. Then it's Moonlight Dynasty. Outside of that is Insurmountable. Southern Eagle spreads the wings at 2-1 and prevails. Number 1, Southern Eagle first, 153 unofficially. Runnin' Jesse fourth. The 7th official, exacta $32, trifecta $56.80, pick 3 $25.90, 10-cent superfecta paid nearly $50, $48.88. Double from race 6, 2780. Eighth race is the final live race today, and number 7 is now ridden by Ray Hernandez. Up to the winner's circle, Southern Eagle and Armando Alvarez. The winning owner, Brenda Reiswig, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. And they're racing. Great beginning for BP April. Southern Eagle also right there. Then it's Moonlight Dynasty. Outside of that is Insurmountable. Southern Eagle spreads the wings at 2-1 and prevails.
Welcome back to the studio in the Dark Star Press Box. Race 8 forthcoming in about 6 minutes. And I've wrangled in Paul Allen to help us close out the Independence Day card. I want to thank everybody for joining us for third and the fourth. Spending your holiday with us is something we treasure at Canterbury, and we hope you had a lot of fun with us. The quarter horses close us out, Paul, and we go 300 yards. Another one is going to break their maiden in our finale of 4th of July.
I somehow ended up with Relentless Mogul, number 2, and the reasoning being involves the word recapitulate. We are looking for a recapitulation of race number 2 yesterday, where trainer Jason Olmstead had 3 runners in the race, and Vega, with She's Smoke stacked, sneaked in and beat the other 2. So really, when it comes to first-time starters, with specifically with the Qs, that's my reasoning behind Relentless Mogul. But those fans who stuck it out today, and everybody, like the starting gate crew and the valets and stuff, I mean, those were some bleak conditions today, and everybody pushed through, so well done.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for persevering. I mean, it looked a bit uncertain earlier, but we made it. Now we're 5 minutes away from the last. Not exactly how we mapped out our holiday, but we hope that you enjoy the rest of yours. I ended up on the 4, who's on screen right now, Relentless Rocket. 2 starts to this one, and he nearly got start number 3 the other night, but Relentless Rocket had other ideas. He kicked open the gate and went running without a rider and without the rest of the field, so we're going to try to regroup and see if he's not better behaved this afternoon. He looks it out in the walking ring, but he is again one of 3 Olmstead trainees. The other one not without a shot in here. That's Coronado Dreamer. Coronado Dreamer is going to make her second start as well. It was a pretty useful debut. She drew the rail. She had a more experienced horse named Swimsuit Model to her outside. Swimsuit Model had a few starts and against some stiff company. Coronado Dreamer made a good account of herself, and if you're going to formulate plays, of course I have to ask, for gambling, this is a betting game, how would you play the final race of the day?
Well, it's the track situation now with the Qs. You know, it's you watch horses all the way back to race number 1, then you watch like Calzone and some other horses win and where they are on the track, specifically on the backside, but then as they head into the stretch. And there was some really good race riding today because, clearly at a certain part of the card, paths 1 or 2 in the stretch were not the greatest places in the world to be. So the leaders would drift. And, in saving ground is a lot of what this game's all about for these riders. And they'd save ground and come plowing through, but then they just kind of would spin the wheels. So now we get to the quarter horses, and you look at the ones inside. I have the 2. I probably would make a small win bet on number 2. And then after that, just wait to see who's favored and do a 50-cent trifecta. Chalk all odds. Sounds good to me.
Okay, fair enough. A strategy for going out a winner on Independence Day. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. It's been a great pleasure to host at least part of your holiday, and we hope we send you home with some fun memories and some money in your pocket. The last is set to take off in a few minutes for all of us upstairs in the press box. Jeff Madej, Paul Allen, Kevin Gorg, all of us on the Steam team, thank you again, and good luck in the last.
Walking onto the track, the sloppy main track for the 8th. Number 7 is now ridden by Ray Hernandez. Arriving at the starting gate, and it is now race time. Thank you very much for sticking it out today with these blustery conditions. A final reminder, the hot dog eating contest along with the dog races have been moved to Sunday, Family Day, at 1 o'clock. Six Royal Debits next in. Relentless Rocket, Even Money. Two back, 3 and 7. Lady Giselle, last in. Here come the babies. And they're racing. Awkward beginning for Relentless Mogul, and Six Royal Debits got the worst of it. Meanwhile, Relentless Rocket, like a rocket at 3 to 5, shoots clear from I Told You Twice in Coronado Dreamer. 4, 5, 6 in race 8. Number 4, Relentless Rocket. First. 4, 5, 6, 7. And the fourth is official. Second pick 5 paid $3.15. To the winner's enclosure, Relentless Rocket and Armando Alvarez for owner Tom Maher and trainer Jason Olmstead. Ladies and gentlemen, live racing resumes at Canterbury Saturday at 5. If you're leaving the track, please drive safely. And they're racing. Awkward beginning for Relentless Mogul, and 6 Royal Debits got the worst of it. Meanwhile, Relentless Rocket, like a rocket at 3 to 5, shoots clear from I Told You Twice in Coronado Dreamer. 4, 5, 6 in race 8.